You guys know which one you're working on, so I'll just.
Well, everything's track changes, but you probably don't need to see all this extra stuff, right?
Running this thing. I hear you double clicking and you're walking around. I'm just keeping track.
Mark's still keeping
Yeah,
control.
Puppet master.
Yeah, Mark says he's not doing anything.
We noted that on a couple of occasions.
It's through.
So we actually revisited 3.3 this morning. I can't see my notes.
It's there.
And the square brace on paragraph 11. We just weren't sure about. And the point we were making is that we basically appreciated the explanation on what was presented at past annual meetings and wanted to emphasize to the commission that we think the variability in the rates, however you want to call them, is important to communicate going forward. We did highlight a couple of methods, and I guess this is the square. Just to make sure I'm talking to the right one. Well, bullet 10 we think is quite important. Communicate. Write it down.
Can you explain what's in the brackets? I'm not.
Yeah, so that whole paragraph actually had to do with multiple ways of doing it and how it feeds into management advice. And then, sorry, I'm going to scroll down just because of, yeah. Both the bottom of 11, the square brace we weren't sure about. In the bottom of 11 and 12 completely was something that occurred to me, and probably occurred to you, and I was going to ask you informally if you did it and decided not to do it that way.
Yeah, so actually that one we discussed, I believe it was last fall. I posed this question to you guys about doing replay analyses, and you commented that we shouldn't do those because it's really easy to misinterpret what that actually means. So the context in that case was looking at replaying history as if a different harvest policy had been used. But that's really essentially what this is as well. I'm just looking back to see if I can find the specific report bullet. That's really not what the commissioners were asking. They were
I know.
looking, and so I'm a little nervous to provide something which essentially opens a whole different discussion of.
I think that was our point. You were asking us to sanction or recommend the method, but we didn't know what its purpose.
Not exactly. I think we were asking, part of our iteration was the commission asked for something. Ian did it on relatively short notice. We saw it, but with relatively little explanation, and hence this document. This way I understand it. Is that accurate, Ian?
No, this they asked for something, I did it, it was between sessions, so you guys didn't see it. And then they said, oh, that was interesting, well, we want to see more of that.
Oh,
When you do more of it, take it to the SRB too and see what they think. So this is.
so this was more than what,
This-
I thought it was just more of an explanation. It was
No,
actually
the
more
last
than
one was actually much smaller. It was just the 3 projection years.
that.
And it's far easier to do in a projection sense.
Sure.
But this was actually going back and looking at every year in the recent time series.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just looking to see. So I think although it might be interesting, I think the replay type analysis is not what they were after in this case. I don't have any trouble with 11, but I'm not quite sure which table you're referring to in the brackets.
In 11,
Yeah.
what's kind of the old blue line table?
I'm worried that this could be interpreted as the decision table, and that you're saying the decision table isn't of much use.
Sorry, I can't hear you too well.
Sorry, I'm just worried that in the brackets on 11 is the table can be thought of as the decision table, and that the decision.
Is that what it's called? I was thinking the one that has the SPR rates across at different TCUIs and scenarios.
So that includes the same year-specific effects of bycatch that are in this paper. So that the variability we see in bycatch rates is in there. I'm not making any constant assumption about the effect of bycatch to create that table.
What about in the future year, though? You don't know what bycatch is going to be next year.
Right, but I either use the default, which is the previous year's bycatch and size structure, or I provide whatever alternative they want to see. So sometimes they ask for, okay, what if the bycatch were larger or smaller? So those effects, the interesting part of this analysis where you see the variability in the time series is included in that. It's just not, there's just not including projection uncertainty in what the bycatch actually will look like.
But it's a 3-year projection.
But it's only a 3-year projection. So whatever the interaction between growth, mortality, age structure, all that is in those projections, just like it's in this paper.
But Ian, in that table, you've got like the actual U26 weights, right? Like that's based on, and then this one is sort of the discard analysis, which is scaling it up based on to like an adult equivalent. I think this is the section that we're talking about. Like this is what the discard mortalities and so that isn't included in the decision table. So are we talking on 2 different things? We include the 26 discards in the mortality table. That's based on last year's actual U26. Right. Whereas I think, but I could be totally mistaken in terms of which people we're talking about. It's the discard mortality rate where you were looking retrospectively and then figuring out more like 1.21, 1.4 or something, 0.8 depending on the years. And that sort of analysis is not included in the decision table.
Correct. I'm not creating any adult equivalents in the decision table.
So I think that might be 2 different things that's being discussed in this section.
Right, and that's my concern about 11 with the square, what's in the square brackets is that a commissioner can read that and interpret that as, oh, well, I shouldn't even pay attention to the decision table because it's not well predicted. But I think the decision table is clear on the variability in the SPR rate.
It is, but.
So I think that's what Ian's doing is he's putting in a constant TCY, and this is the SPR associated with that. And there's a variability on that SPR. One thing we've been trying to explain to the commissioners is, even though you set an SPR of 46%, it could be 35 or 55.
But those are from, I understand, different sources of
Right.
variability than.
Right, it doesn't
this.
include this variability.
So it does not include this.
Right, but
And so that was why it's in square brackets. Is it something that could be added? And maybe it's a research thing for later on, but.
I just feel like it's not going to change that much for a 3-year projection. That current state of the that the variability in these bycatch impact rates, as Ian showed in the analysis, they don't jump from year to year. They have autocorrelation with them. That 3-year projection is realizing what's currently happening. In 3 years, it's not going to be much different. So the amount of variability in there is probably a small part of the total variability on SPR.
So it was actually SRB012 that we talked about, historical replay analysis. And so you can, I mean, your paragraph 23 in SRB012 suggests that I not do it at that time.
I don't have it open. Could you help us out a little bit?
Noting the request for replay analyses, the SRB agreed that what if questions about past behavior are not appropriate for stock assessment models because those analyses do not adequately reflect the information available at the time or information feedbacks to future decisions over time. An MSE analysis, on the other hand, is specifically designed to answer what if questions under particular future scenarios while properly accounting for stock assessment errors in response to changing information. So that's what I took away from it, was that it's the cumulative. I mean, we take something out and replay the time series, but that presupposes they did the same thing in all the other components.
Yeah,
And
I guess
that's pretty confusing thought process to get you there. And the discussion was exactly this topic, people wanting to see, well, what if we had done things differently in the past? And our discussion at SRB012 was around, well, if you want to ask those kinds of questions about how does this thing affect this thing, you should do it in an MSE sense of projecting the behavior of these things and testing it, rather than in a historical sense.
Isn't this a little bit, that's a different
Dave, paragraph 23.
purpose, I think, that here we're just trying to say, kind of what you did was to show the rates, your pound to bycatch translation, and this is just another way to estimate that pound to bycatch translation. And the advantage over what you did to what I'm trying to suggest is that it actually shows the lag effect. So that if you kill a bunch of 3-year-olds in bycatch and they show up 3 years later as 6-year-olds in a directed fishery, that would be captured in that type of a replay analysis. And it's not to do a scenario test of, should we go forward without bycatch? It's more just to get at the question of what does a pound of bycatch mean historically to future potential directed fishery catch?
So I would have to take the bycatch out and then increase the directed fishery
No,
until I
don't
get
do
the
anything
same.
else. You don't do anything else.
How do we turn that into catch then?
You have increase in numbers at age, and you compute vulnerable biomass, and you see the difference in vulnerable biomass. That's the only thing that should change, right? And spawning biomass and everything else. But
You're then away from your management targets, which we're not sure that we're aware exactly what they are anyway, or haven't been consistently applied. And that's goes back to my point that I always struggle with. What you do is dependent on what the objectives are, and they haven't been very clear on what the objectives are. What do they want to achieve from this analysis? And for different methods, you have to have, they all have caveats, but some methods are appropriate for some questions, but not others, as you can see from this. And without a clearer specification of what they're actually wanting to achieve, I don't think we can do much more than note that this is what's come out, and note that it's variable, which is something that, they don't tend to see as particularly relevant, or they think of it as constant, and well, it is variable. We can say that one way or the other, whichever analysis you end up performing.
Why not tell them that? Say, without more specific information about what you're trying to achieve with this question, it's difficult to inform the method. Because I agree. I mean, I had to pick some way to do this, and without knowing exactly what they're trying to do with it, my interpretation was that they were looking for something comparable to previous studies, which is the pound to pound calculation. And that I was much more comfortable doing that each year independently than trying to recreate a time series. It makes me nervous to try to recreate a time series because I have to make some assumption about management.
What else happens, yeah.
Right, so this is really it's just questioning the management for 1 year as opposed to a whole regime, but, you know,
But if you're only considering 1 year, then what Jim's point is compounding the interest of not having those fish harvested in terms of biomass to harvest. Once they get to a harvestable age, you're not capturing that.
except for the fact that I'm balancing SPR calculations, so
Well, that's
some
what
of
you're
that.
doing, and that's important for management going forward, and that's a good way to do it.
Right.
But it may not be the best representation of historical pound for pound.
But it does include the consideration that those 3-year-olds are gonna grow up, because the SPR calculation is an equilibrium calculation. It grows those fish up and calculates the ratio of what you got with fishing and without fishing. And so it does have that in there, it just doesn't have it in there in a time series sense.
So
Yeah, you never get to the point where they've grown up. I think that's the point.
No, but you're harvesting at a constant SPR, and so you're balancing the lifetime reproductive output of those fish is gonna be the same in either case.
delete the 11 square brace. Does anybody on SRB object? Given
We could we could refer the reader to SRB 12, paragraph 23, if you want, or
Are you- now-
historical things.
Are you on 12 now?
Reader always appreciates having to go dig for another document. Reading the current one.
Well, what we've often done is just quote it.
Yeah, the appropriate way to do it is to quote the paragraph.
Yeah.
So we'll put the whole paragraph in italics so that no one has to go elsewhere.
Kind of applies to both 11 and 12, doesn't it?
Well, I think SRB 12 paragraph 23 thing is for referring to a different purpose. I don't think this is specifically referring to the pound for pound rate, and that is, the replay up there is something else, I think. But that's linking it to MSE and seeing kind of what if historically. I think it's a different context. But others think otherwise.
I don't think we have enough evidence to know whether it's a different context because we don't know what they want to do with it.
Well, that was agenda item 5, which I think we stick with MSE, still MSE, right? The other document, and this is about bycatch, so. Anyway, we just want a clarification on those things.
What I'd suggest now. So you're looking at both these paragraphs still being,
But I
No, I
think,
think 11 is okay as it.
Is it okay?
We've taken that bit out, so it's really just about 12.
yeah,
so just to clarify for 11 before we move on to 12. So here you're just agreeing that the commission could consider it so the secretariat can determine if they want to provide it to them, or you're not providing any specific direction. It's just saying, yeah, it's fine to consider. We'll pass it on.
but I think our sense was that it's important for them to understand that it varies. That was one of the key things.
And that's in 10.
It's in 10, but it's only noted. I guess here I'm talking about what gets bold-faced and is there some, can you think of it?
We
Could
can,
we emphasize?
It's just what you want to do with this paragraph. Do you want the commission to have it? do you want us just to take it into consideration, and as Ian does the next iteration of the paper, reference the SRB's discussion? It depends on what you want. We can do whatever you like.
I almost think 10 should be turned into a recommendation to the commission that they understand.
Yes.
Is that unfair? or-
So what you would do is something like this. If you want to give a commission a package of text, so you would literally say, noting that 1, 2, 3, 4, the SRB recommends that the commission consider X, Y, Z. So it's a package. So they're not just getting one sentence or one paragraph out of context.
Yeah, we could combine 10 and 11 into 11 by just saying that could consider the analysis, but, and then insert,
Make 10 a sub-bullet of recommendation?
yeah, put 10 in there, so, so
Out
could
there.
consider the analysis, but the rates of bycatch change over time, blah, 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 and then therefore the SRB cautions that there are multiple methods.
When we have the SRB recommends that the commission considers the analysis and then but cautions.
That'd be good. That's perfect.
So 11 stays the way it is. Highlight becomes a bullet of 11, or am I missing it?
Well, I think the point was that we changed the agreed to recommend.
That the commission can get rid of.
And then you take away the could.
So the SRB recommended that the commission consider the analysis.
And what about the noted part?
You can just make it as simple. You can just say rates of bycatch. You just get rid of the first bit because it's just going.
You can just reverse the order of those
Okay.
second and third sentences there. And then the estimated rates in the second sentence, just so it's specific.
Ian and Alan, does that make sense? What's written there now, or?
It's more than just recruitment and sublegal abundance. It's also changes in growth and selectivity and other things. But I don't know how important that is to the overall concept.
Well, is it important to know
Just saying.
what the relative contributions of those things are? I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting topic, but
Not sure how you partition them
Yeah,
necessarily. It could get challenging.
Could say over time, in part due to the variability. So,
Yeah.
So see us being asked about the last sentence there. And I think the commission, I mean, if I was a commissioner, I would ask, well, what are the methods and how do they link with how they feed into a management advice? So we would have to be ready to answer that question. I don't know if the SRB wants to provide any. Yeah, I think that's what you might have tried to do in what's 11 now, but I'm just wondering if the commissioner might
yeah, I agree.
feel that you're almost reneging on the result, that they use the results. You're saying these are interesting results, they look good, but we're not actually sure that you should use them.
Yeah,
You're
'cause
not
we
giving
don't
any
know.
reason why.
Well,
Well,
we don't
because
have an
we didn't
objective,
tell us
we don't
what
know
they
how they're
want
gonna
to
use
do
it.
with it.
Okay.
Like, for instance, if they ask you, you can say, well, we could incorporate it into the MSE simulations.
non-directed bycatch, fisheries bycatch, and see how it affects your performance. That would be, as we said in the other report,
Right.
the way to do it. Everything else is, yeah, there's multiple ways of going back to the past and redoing things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's how you should do it going forward.
Okay.
In the worst case scenario, not necessarily a worst case, but potentially going down the road, there might be a negotiation on how much users of bycatch should pay.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't use Ian's method to calculate that. I would want a couple different methods, say.
Okay.
I mean, not that we're gonna go down that road.
Yeah.
But there's a case where it matters, how it's gonna be used.
Yeah.
So 11, can we just have a verbal?
So we deleting the
Maybe that's
X,
something to consider.
do we want to keep that sentence in 10 now, or do we want to move it? The highlighted sentence in 10?
The gray highlight?
Yeah.
If you,
Grab the mouse really quick.
is what you mean something like if the commission intends to use this for a specific management action, they may need to get a new method and new results depending on the question?
Or at least look at it more than one.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting this up here quickly. So I think you've agreed on the text for 10 otherwise, more or less. So you still,
Well, it sounds like there's some concern with the last sentence on 10.
Well, I guess I'm just wondering if it belongs in 10 or if it does belong in its own paragraph. And really it's to get your insights to prepare Ian and myself for the question that will come. Well, what is the method, and is the method you did here good for the purpose that we hope to use it for, which we would need to identify. So I appreciate the discussion.
But maybe we need to be explicit about the method being used to explain projections or advice that matters the most, which is TCY things. It's appropriate for that, but it may be less appropriate for other applications or something.
So that would be an example. I would follow this sentence.
Sorry, this is in some ways completely independent of the projection and TCY process.
But it informs it, I think. I mean, it is independent, but it informs it that it's going to change and that you want to.
I see where you're going, yeah. You're right, the change component is important, that they shouldn't expect the same exchange rate each year in that process either, and that's what's
Right.
good for this. Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah, it's up to you guys if you want to keep that last sentence in 10. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, me too.
See, we'll get asked questions on it. For 11, it seems that you are requesting a specific analysis, but not identifying a purpose for that one. So it's
But-
And that's why I think we decided we're happy to delete.
I have a suggestion, instead of requesting it, which I'm not super, maybe make the last sentence, the beginning of bullet 11, say the SRB noted that the choice of methods will depend on how it feeds into management result. For example, an evaluation, one of alternative evaluation would be to do that.
Yeah, I would.
What do you think, Sean? Let me know. Or is this?
I mean, that's again, you would then, that would be presenting this alternative method as though it's an answer to the choice, but we still don't know how it's going to be used. So that's not necessarily the right answer either. So I think 11 is kind of something that could be explored in future analyses, but you don't know until you know what it's being used for. I agree.
Added to what Jim proposed, like, to answer the question of what. If
Yeah,
that
we
was-
don't know what that
I
question
know,
is.
but for that particular method, like, this is the question that it would answer. Not that question, but this is specific.
Yeah.
If you wanted to give it an example.
And do we need to say that this was definitely meant for June, not now, right?
Yeah.
Do we need to
If
be
that's the
explicit about that?
It does help. So if you want something delivered at a particular time.
So do we want to keep this a request or no?
I'd leave it as requested if you want, but it would be the SRB, if it's similar to that, and just at the end of it, you just say, and provide it to the SRB, and we can put whatever number it is, 15, 16, SRB 16.
Combine those two things to say, if the commission wants to use it in this way, the SRB would request this analysis to be available by such a time. But I still struggle. We don't know what it is, what they actually want to do with it. And now we're producing a long list. It's quite wasteful to produce this long list. So if you want this, then you can do this. If you want this, why don't we just get them to state what it is that they want? And then you can say that follows. So the subsequent recommendation is, oh, in that case, you would do this. Rather than guessing at what it is they're trying to get at.
Be preferable to me, because otherwise then I just keep doing things
Yeah,
until we
the
happen
point,
upon
yeah.
the one that they want.
I think
Or like,
11 is good as a standalone. It's something we would like to see because it would tell us about how sensitive different vulnerable biomasses are to bycatch. Right? It just kind of, I'm sorry.
So how are we defining the vulnerable biomass in this case?
Well, I
We've got
was,
multiple fleets in the model.
yeah,
So the allocation and the selectivity give you a shape. I can use the F at age to
I
define.
mean, you could.
You resurrect eBio.
No, that's what I don't want to do.
I
Yeah, exactly.
thought of that, I was
What
like,
don't want to do.
because I knew you were gonna ask that. No, we don't want to do e-bio. But I think you would probably look at the annual Fs summed by across fleets for age and then normalize that to come up with a vulnerable schedule. So, does that make sense?
The average over time?
No, so you've got a three-dimensional matrix of array of Fs. So first dimension's fleet, then age and year. And you put 0 for the bycatch, and then sum the rest and normalize the annual values and use that as a quasi-selection to get vulnerable biomass. So take 1 year, sum all the Fs for the non-bycatch fleet, normalize that to be like a selectivity, and then multiply that times the numbers at age times weighted age.
That's just once at the end of the time series.
That's every year you would do that. And that would give you vulnerable biomass. You'd need to do it for both, I guess.
This is getting pretty involved.
Sorry.
And we have to be clear, like, why we're asking them to do this.
I think the commission would appreciate
Because it's going to show, I would imagine it's going to show variable impacts on different fleets.
And for me personally, it would evaluate the impact of the lag effect.
So could you approximate that with the spawning biomass?
You could, I mean.
It would be far simpler to do, right?
So it would be the cumulative difference in spawning biomass between the two time series, one with and one without?
But you'd have, the difference between those would be compared to the bycatch pounds, which would give you the rate, right?
Yeah.
But it's a little wonky. Anyway, probably belabored it more than we need to.
I mean, I think, I mean, I'm working on this myself right now. You know, bycatch impacts in an MSE context. You can ask lots of interesting questions in there. You have this analysis that's been presented, provides an index of potential yield, and we don't know how it's going to be used. I'm not sure we can do much more than that, except to, if it's really important to the commissioners, then this should be a priority in the MSC. It should be an MSC scenario that is prioritized.
I think highlighting this disconnect, that basically they're trying to do a quick and dirty analysis to get an answer that should be addressed as part of their management procedure evaluation. Or maybe this is really just supplementary information for management negotiations, in which case I think what I did is more or less in the ballpark of what they look
Hey,
at.
Anne Marie and Gary, do you guys have any feel for what the SRB should be commenting on relative to bycatch stuff? Just in terms of the scientific side of calculations. You see a
beyond
value,
what you have already commented on, or what more specific?
well, do you see value for us recommending that the analysts look at alternative ways of computing it?
I do, just because I think it sort of draws the distinction between Ian's analysis that sort of just takes 1 year at a time versus a replay thing where you're able to look a little bit more at that, like downstream effect of if a fish that's not caught as a U26 grows up, then what is the impact relative to if more U26 fish are caught, which I think is more of what your idea gets at, Jim, right? And so I think there's like value in, so then if you do that one, then there's like 3 different ways to look at it, each with their different pieces of information, right? And it might even be helpful for the commissioners. That will be confusing for the commissioners, but I think that it could be just, put in the table what the three methods are and what they each tell you and don't tell you, something like that, and just
Sorry, what's the
words
third
for the
method?
commissioner. There's the equilibrium thing that Alan did.
Well, the 2 that we already did.
2 that you already did, and then the replay that Jim is talking about. You could put a 4th hypothetical one in there that is out of the MSE. What more would you get?
I think from knowing managers, they're just going to look at the one that ever fulfills their political aims, and then say, do this one, and those are our aims. I really think there is a danger of expanding this into something that it's not, and actually diverting their focus, which should be do their job, and we had it somewhere else, about assisting in the implementation of the MSE thing, which can deal with this. They're putting effort both at this end and at their own end at trying to circumvent in making decisions at that other end. And we're trying to make progress, or assume, IPHCs is trying to make progress on this other thing, and this is just a side note that kind of muddies the waters. Well, that's my fear.
What is a side note? Just any of these analyses are a side note? Is that what you're saying, or what do you mean?
Well, the whole idea of wanting to figure out what's the impact of the discard fishery is a side note in the sense that the most appropriate way to really look at this is through the MSE, and that should be their focus, developing that and the appropriate things that they still haven't done that Alan needs to get going.
I'm wondering if what Sean and your sentiments are, would be an appropriate paragraph in here saying, if this is a priority, bycatch is a priority, then this be considered in the MSE context. Something like that, I think, would be helpful. And it's a recommendation that came out of the paper anyways.
I think it'd be helpful if you did that to explain why.
Why what?
Why it's more useful to look at it in the MSE context than to do, the type of analysis that they've seen time and again before.
Well, that's in SRB 12.
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah. Can refer them, whatever. But what's the timeline for getting something out of the MSE on that then? Like, are you?
Well, I think that would be up to the
asking.
commissioners to prioritize.
Okay.
Deliver this in
Preempted that in
2021.
the other part.
2022?
Saying 17, what? Okay. I was like, I don't know, I haven't spent any time with this report, so I have no idea what you already have in there.
Yeah, I think the timeline is a question for me in terms of what's being requested here, when the commissioners are going to be able to say something and then come back to the SRB with something. And so we can do something similar to what Carrie has mentioned in terms of, okay, this is what's been done, this is what you can use it for. If your objective is something other than one of these objectives, then you have to say what it is. And here's a couple of other things that we're suggesting, like what Jim has suggested, and this is what the objective would be for that. If this is what you actually want, then yes, ask him to do this. If not, then state what your actual request is and we'll figure out what to do, as opposed to don't tell us what to do, tell us what you want to use it for.
Like a legal drafter.
Should have been aware.
Most lawyers can spell them.
Same thing, I was thinking if that should be the right word, thank you.
So only the lunch is there and we want to just keep going maybe? Have sort of working lunch, so. Feel free, the sandwiches are drying out. Go for it.
Working lunch is fine with me. I will mute myself while I prepare my lunch, though.
Is this whole paragraph relevant? Because the other option is just to incorporate this text, these parts of this text which are in this paragraph.
Just restate the reasons.
Yeah, essentially just restating it. So is this whole paragraph correct or relevant?
There is a bit of replay, it's not exactly, my catch analysis wasn't exactly a replay, but it was kind of like a replay.
That's fine.
Dash R.
Report. So whether it's the particular document has a number of times, it's just the report. Make sure it goes to the snake to you.
I think that reads well.
Say again, sorry?
I think that reads well.
Put both up. I just suggested removing the commission here because it's just redundant. Any recommendation goes to the commission for consideration. Instead of just the analysis, put in exactly what it is so that it can be read in isolation. So in the analysis of the effects of blah, 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 be interpreted with caution as there are, I think it reads more comprehensive.
Much improved.
Only 53 more paragraphs to go.
You were the one who wanted to drive up to Canada tonight.
So I'll just scroll through them, put them on the screen, and if anybody has a question,
Does
stop
Mark
me.
need to see this now? Does Mark need to see this now? I don't know if he's back.
Mark, are you there?
He's having lunch.
You just highlighted for him to.
Yes, I am. I'm here. I'm just muting while I'm eating unless I have something to say.
Okay, so I think what we'll do here is I'll just start scrolling down. People can read the paragraphs as they appear. If anybody wants to stop, just give a shout, otherwise I'll just keep moving. So how do you like these 10 and 11 right now?
I'm okay. I think that yellow one, we were hoping to get more info from Anne-Marie and Eric.
Yeah, bullet point 4 from the science advisors. None of us actually recalled this conversation, and so we were trying to interpret what that meant.
Which one, sorry?
Yeah, it's highlighted.
It's got highlighted.
Oh, that's there because she's not here, Carrie. She requested that the list from the last meeting just be included, so we're all still relevant. So we've dropped them in there, and then if you, she didn't list them all, she just said that the list previously provided at the last SRB is still relevant, so it's up to you guys and her if you wanted to leave it or not.
But, you know, Alan, remember, was it to the assessment or to the OM?
It has to be related to the OM.
That'll be the operating
I
model.
think it'd be good to specify that, not to cause some confusion.
That's what I thought, so maybe replace post-white stock assessment operating model instead of assessment.
Yeah, because I mean, that's what we're doing.
Might just be in the bathroom.
Okay, so did you say I should change something here? Or we're gonna wait for Carrie?
It's just the direct text from the last reports. If you want operating model there.
Right here? I think the post-white operating model?
That's what suggested.
Yeah, that's said in the last report.
And then that's, the area-based is really region-based, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Definitely not regulatory area.
yeah.
Could just say spatially explicit.
I don't know how to, can you fix that later?
Oh, so I have in my notes, when Carrie spoke to this last time, several reasons why area-specific estimates of biomass would be useful. What additional research would need to be done to inform a spatial stock assessment?
Oh, boy.
It'd be probably good to chat with her on that.
Spatial stock assessment.
Yeah, we went over that in SRB 11 or something. Yeah.
I'm gonna move on.
So 13's pretty, new paragraph we put in.
Can we add
Which one, sorry?
climate change to
13.
It's our shout out to the science
Shouting out,
advisors.
Can we add climate change to 12?
I would just change nearly every to many.
Or even every. Have
Sorry,
I missed one?
I got two inputs there. Anne Marie, what are you asking?
Can we add climate change to 12?
To 12. It's like
something that is
As another number?
Yeah, it'll be 11 climate change.
The one time you step out, Carrie,
What happened?
you had questions and you want more.
Yeah.
just the highlighted bit in terms of,
Yeah, on the highlighted text. It's a coastwide stock assessment to a region-based or an area-based model.
Oh, you just, okay, all you need to start at the beginning.
Sorry.
Okay, can I move on?
Carrie's reading 12 right now.
This used to say coastwide stock assessment to an area-based model.
You're just noting that someone said that the IPHC is doing that, or,
Well,
I mean,
so-
what's the point?
So you mentioned, this was that, some of that text was taken from the last SRB report.
Oh,
And then your mention here that the same issues stand, it was just dropped in for data. And so the concern is that it said the current intention of the IPHC to move from a coastwide assessment to a region or an area-based assessment, but there's no intention of us to do that.
no, there isn't, but I did talk about that in June as having a region-based, being able to do a region-based model and getting to the point where being able to do a region-based model would certainly be very useful.
Okay.
So that might be what that was about,
Yeah.
but
It's
I
not
wasn't-
the intention.
it's not the intention of the IPHC right now.
So does operating model not belong here? Is that the model still or operating?
I think the whole sentence would need to be changed.
Can we just delete it?
Sure,
Just the easy
just
way out.
delete it.
Okay, let's just highlight that. The numbering's off. That's all right. So while you were out, Carrie, you noticed we have the shout out for our science advisors here at 13.
yay, yes.
That on the back from the commissioners. 14 and 15. Pretty non-controversial. 16. Let's go up to 20. 20 is going to be the one that we added. So we added this because it could be that in future, let's say in the next review, there may be new stock assessment software, you guys may be using new software, you may have developed your own. So we were noting that, I mean, obviously Kevin has lots of experience and, you know, provided a great review. Could be, the next one might have a different need, or different type of experience that may be more technical and in a specific type of technical expertise might be needed, that it might help if we had some input to that.
So you might say again, because you guys
Yeah, so
Did the terms of reference this time too.
that'd be my only suggestion. Otherwise, it looks like you weren't involved, which sort of,
Right.
so it'd be, and then the other comment is on the recommended, because we track the recommendations and requests. We're not likely to do another peer review for 3 to 4 to 5 years. And the full intention is that you would be involved in the development of the terms of reference. How willing would you be simply to put the SRB agrees that in light of, well, the SRB continue to be involved in for future reviews, noting that that's the commission's stance and our stance as well, that you would be involved. Just means we don't have to sit there and track it and nothing to report for 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Would it help to say future technical reviews? Because you've got other reviews that are going on that, like process reviews that I don't know if you guys need.
You could say, continue to be involved in developing terms of reference for stock assessment and other technical reviews, something like that, yeah.
Still wanting to continue it.
Let's do, 21 to 26. 22 is pretty vague.
Open-ended. Also very good.
There's some weird wording in 23 in the first line, came to the first line.
So as 25 implies, I think the idea was for Sven and Ray to communicate, to be specific about what is being asked for. It may be now.
Oh, I mean, like, right now.
Well, no, I mean, the issue of potential bias is the one that
Right.
we hadn't got to, so. But what we got out of your presentation, as we say, it was great, we liked it and everything. And as I think you pointed out, it wasn't exactly clear what the request was.
From
So
last
what
time, yeah.
So what we're trying to do in 25 is to make sure the request is going to come across clearly. But-
Okay, by facilitating continuing communication.
Yeah, because he needs to read the draft.
Oh, the manuscript of the next, of the report to the next SRP, is that what you mean? No, he needs to, okay, my
I
draft,
need to do some work,
To help you.
figure out
okay,
what the request is. and
that's the
then we
first
can-
step, and then,
Yeah.
yep, okay, got it, thank you. That's fine, that's general enough to.
So just some slight wording changes to the 25. So it would be, suggestion is the SRB requested that the Secretariat further develop the approach, or the SRB requested that the Secretariat work intercessionally with the SRB.
In collaboration with the SRB?
I'm not, yeah,
Something like that.
you can get it individually.
Change the numbering for the SRB, but it's editorial.
Paragraph 27 is even shorter than the other one.
Super vague.
It's just an employee talk. Wouldn't that be fun?
The only thing here, we had a question here about whether commercial fishery catch created effort and age data is up to 2019 as implied. Yes.
Yep. It'll be incomplete, but we always have something there.
Right. I always get confused with sablefish, because sablefish logbooks aren't in yet. In your current year.
Wow, we've already sent them to Dana.
You guys, no, you probably, for the your survey, or no?
Well, we do the sablefish logs too. But yeah, I think it's just that he got them like 2 weeks ago, so they just don't try to put them in, and we just put in the ones we have, and we're always missing them through the end of the season.
Well, they don't use it. In the current year.
Is 33 talking
Sorry, 33?
Well,
Yeah.
you changed that, I think, changed the recent recruitment. There only no data on it.
Still estimates.
There's
Well-
the data fade out at the end, so where you start to see the effect of steepness is where the signal for the data is weakest. But there's,
Coming off every record.
so there are estimates.
That's the Irish version of steepness.
Is it off steepness?
Do you want a "the" after noted?
4 for now. Should analysts be secretariat?
Yeah, if you just, you don't have to worry about editing it. If you just agree that we'll change those,
Yeah.
we'll do that. And it says the analyst, we'll just say the secretary.
Does A apply to all the models, or do you want me to focus on the coastwide long model where the action was?
But that's where the biggest action at FHB was, not necessarily.
That's where the only differences were.
Yeah, like that, delta PIC of 32 units is the one that was broken up by data.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it'd be useful to see that broken out, but,
So the
The short ones
likelihood components, yeah.
affected near-term recruitment too, so.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't,
Just clarifying.
maybe not all, but at least one long and one short, just, I mean,
Sure.
if it's the same. And that B is kind of that stuff I was talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe for TUNAT. I was thinking more about that.
So what are we trying to understand with that one? What's the question? So
Well,
in case I
you are-
get lost in the weeds.
You are already doing dynamic B0,
Mhm.
right? I'm trying to make it right now linked to the MSE stuff in the sense of variability between various fleets especially. So like, I think specification in the operating model should have some similar types of variability.
The ensemble stock assessment is gonna have to be done on a model by model basis because of the different structure of fleets.
Yeah.
Yep. I guess what are we trying to understand? We're trying to understand how important in the mortality series each fleet is?
I feel like we've already got at the main question of bycatch up above in 11 or 12 or whatever that was. And it's just trying to get at, is there a question of understanding what the effect of each different fleet is?
I mean, to me, it's just a diagnostic. I'm not that hung up on it.
Is this the point that came originally up in the discussion of the Kobe plot, isn't it? I don't know, it was at roughly that time, as I recall, but I don't know.
I don't know, but as a request, this is something that needs to be done, that will be followed up on. Do
Yeah, so we need pretty clear guidance.
you want this to be a new, well, you could evaluate it for June and say, okay, is this useful? And we can look at it and see then whether it tells us anything and then decide whether to continue or not, or is it something that you, nice to have? Requested means it's a have,
Yeah, yeah.
must have.
Not,
But I think some purpose tied to it would be helpful, just as we work on it to make sure that we, a lot of times you have these analyses you have to do, you have to make assumptions and interpretations of them. And knowing that purpose would be helpful in developing analysis.
Well, now I'm trying to think of the science advisors lists. If it fits in any of those, probably not.
This makes me think of the fisheries footprint idea that was in the past. And I think the SRB made a request to continue the investigation of that a while ago. With this.
This is close, but this doesn't capture the simultaneous nature.
Right. Right.
So the footprint would actually partition the SPR components by fleet, but this would actually treat them as independent.
Keeping the overall SPR the same.
No,
But they're changing the partition.
no, because here we're just taking them out, so you don't see the
I'm talking
fish.
about the original fisheries footprint.
Yeah, the original fisheries footprint keeps them, accounts for the simultaneous nature of the mortality.
All right, we gotta move on, so we either,
What's the option if we don't request it? Consider? Is that a word?
consider,
I mean, like I said, I'm not, you delete it too.
Just have it as.
Probably,
So you would like us to consider how to do these? Yeah, so.
whoa.
I would literally say the SRB agreed that the IPHC Secretariat should consider ABC.
If
so
you
maybe
want to,
just at the top.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to play with the wording now, you just highlight it and we'll just write exactly that. The SRB agreed that the IPHC Secretariat should consider ABC. If that's your intention, sorry.
But I think A is a request, right?
Okay.
Is
The
it?
keyboard starts acting up. Then fix it usually.
Well, for A, it is a request. For B, it's just a consideration.
Okay,
Ah, I see.
sorry.
I think we should go with that.
Can we move B into its own
No,
paragraph then?
You guys can do that.
I'm gonna do it either way, whether it's consider or request, so, but I still not
this way
quite,
you,
I'm still not quite sure I understand why I'm doing it, so if there's anything.
We'll
else
tell you
we
in
can
June.
add- Okay, that's fine.
Ian, that's not what we wanted. We wanted this.
Okay, no problem.
So don't put too much effort.
35.
What's this? You might be right, Ian. Because the keyboard
Usually a fresh
batteries-
set of batteries fixes that.
I think it was just his aluminium coated crisp packet being in the way of the.
So I'm pretty sure I asked you guys to recommend to me whether I should be reweighting on every update.
Well,
Well,
you don't really know.
yeah, exactly. And we said, well, Deerslayer Multinomial was something you were gonna try. And
So
I
if
guess-
we go that
so-
route, then it's irrelevant. Then there is no reweighting, because that
Well-
just happens.
right,
But if we stick to a Francis weighting or an iterative weighting.
did you get the second sentence of B? So that,
Yep.
so I guess we kind of, that was the main reason why we're leaving it up to you. But
Okay.
just that things may change now that you have different types of composition data. I kind of agree that historically it probably didn't matter much because I think your data were pretty, you were fitting survey data really well.
Yep.
and-
Okay, so the only thing that leaves me with is the choice this year, which I guess is okay if it.
The
something-
choice this year is, I mean, this is for June, kind of.
Yeah, right.
Not
Okay.
this year.
Well,
Right?
no, but I have to do the assessment before June, so it's gonna be, so I have to either reweight or not when I add the updated data.
So I guess if we want to brass tacks for June, if you wanted kind of guidance on what I would do if I was charge would be to remove data and, go back
See,
5
yeah.
years and.
Yeah.
The retrospective.
Sure, I see that, but I also have to do the assessment before June. So the decision point right
Oh,
now
I see.
is, do I update the weighting from the preliminary or not? And I'm actually
This is a
okay
new
with that.
assessment.
I was gonna leave it up to you. I was thinking,
Okay.
leave it up to you to decide.
Well, I mean, it's, if it turns out to be,
Because you'll be able to judge how well it fits the survey
Yeah,
data and other
I guess.
things.
okay,
But part of the problem is you can't go and do a retrospective on it, because you only got those 2 years.
2 years,
of
that is
data.
gonna be a little.
But at the moment, you just have 1 year's worth of data.
But
so-
But I think I can look at how
how much it
they
changes,
change,
yeah.
yeah. I can look at that. I suspect this is a fairly low grade thing now that we have, with, given the amount of data we have in there, but you're right, it could be more sensitive with sex composition
Yeah,
data.
that was the main point.
So, okay. That's fine.
Maybe the default should be you don't reweight it because that's not what you've done in the past. Unless you this time see that it has a big impact. You have to-
I am inclined to like the idea of having you guys give me the recommendation, don't reweight unless it, something.
Has a big impact.
That's
comes
better.
out for this particular assessment, and then we evaluate it in June and come up with the rule in general, but
You just come up with a name for this assessment, which is next year's developmental phase. So would you classify it as a 2019 or 20 assessment?
this is the 2019 assessment.
Okay, let's just write it there. It's for the 2019 assessment.
I don't see why it's a question of reweighting, like right now, it's, from what I understand, you've got a new assessment that you've done. So I would assume you would do all your weighting now, and then next year you'd ask whether to reweight.
Yeah, you've already waited for the 3.3 that you went to, right? Or did you not?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
it's,
the
the preliminary
review
assessment
is-
is already weighted. The question is whether I reweight that again when I add the 2019 data.
Why wouldn't you? Wouldn't be like the most.
So this is why we're having this discussion.
Which I would say yes, so like, this is going to be
Okay.
your base assessment.
Okay.
Next year, it's a question you may not have to.
Okay, great.
Okay, then this is okay as is, right?
And then,
Well, no, we need to say something. I think Ian wants us to say,
Okay.
reweight. Or no.
so, should we add another bullet, or maybe change this one?
Maybe a new bullet. This is relative to 2020, isn't it? All of these
No,
are.
this is 19, because you're talking about the external peer review of the stock assessment, which was done for the 2019 assessment.
Yeah.
I think the bullet would be update the weighting method that was applied for the 2019 for the 2019 final assessment. And then we'll review the rest based on what I bring to you in June. We'll come up with the rule for updates after that. That makes perfect sense.
You know, you hate to you write your own bullet, but what did you say? Update the 2019 weighting.
Update weighting
2020.
for the 2019 assessment.
He said,
So, update the 2019 weighting for the 2019 assessment? That sounds.
no, just the weighting.
Update the weighting. There we go. How's that?
It still says 2019. He wants to get rid of
Take the 2019 out, put it after the weighting.
Update.
For the 2019 assessment.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
2019. Typing, listening.
No, sorry, I shouldn't
Exactly
laugh.
what it
At least I don't have to type.
And maybe that bullet should go first because it really comes before the evaluating the different types of weightings.
Should this be its own paragraph, given this 35 is noting the peer review? Sort of sub-bullet under.
What you've done.
Well, it came up in the peer review. It came up in the context of the peer review.
And should you specify that? Advise on the impact of data
Just need
reweighting
to
as the
have one
information
person
arises
trained here
for
that's the
next
go-to
assessment
person
or for future
for the
assessment.
mouse and the keyboard.
You've got one.
You should pass it around.
I
You should
serve
pass
my
it around every
time in
hour.
other jobs.
Bonus hour 1, studies hour
Secretary.
2.
That's why I don't grind odorless anymore. Done my time.
Or 4 to 6.
Because I tend to take over.
So then we just need to be clear that B, C, and D are for June.
Maybe at the end of A, just say
Yeah.
and for June.
Or you could just, if they are, you could just have B as for the SRB 16 and then 3 subpoints. So you'd enter and then tab again 3 times for each one.
Okay.
Just twice. E should not. Yeah.
Beautiful.
But E is not related to that.
Jim's never gonna do it again.
No.
I know you can do it
I
now.
think E, or what's I should be C, right? It's not,
Yes.
or it's just a
This one
general
here?
comment.
Yeah.
No, that's the question. How do I do that?
Shift tab.
Shift tab.
Or you can always just go to format.
Point and click.
You copy that format.
No.
It should work.
Super
Famous
inefficient.
last words.
It is. You're being lazy.
Shift back tab.
The alt tab might have been.
Why is that not for 16?
Sorry. Or the, you have-
Because that's a more general comment, isn't it?
Keep doing it.
It's timeless.
Well, we want this for
Timeless.
SRB 16. We want to report on the software developments. So we want to keep that word.
Or triple I if it's fine there.
All right, let's move on.
After 2/3.
This was our answer to the independent review question about software. 36, 37, 38.
You mean by IPHC reiterate?
Needs secretariat.
What do you mean reiterate? Hey, obviously,
To the
I know reiterate
commission.
means, but.
We've said that before. I think we said this somewhere else.
Basically it's to MSAB and commission.
You guys can mention it to them or something.
So
IPHC should be
secretariat highlights differences.
Secretariat.
Yeah, highlight again. It's probably enough.
Instead of reiterate?
Yeah. And then I would just make that as a request, so it doesn't have to go to the commission.
When you listen to it, where it's a recommendation.
Does the second sentence actually go with 36? Is that the Kobe plot, or am I confused?
Sorry?
Does the second sentence actually go with paragraph 36? Because it's referring to the Kobe plot?
Yes, it does.
Status box there as well.
They're actually, phase points.
Phase points, yeah.
I agree.
I don't know how this got there.
In 36, the word applications, is that?
Hold on, so,
If we're doing that, that sounds like a request.
No, it says SRB.
I mean, this is just
going over, I mean, we kind of co-designed the figure, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just documented. It's not even necessary.
And the error bars are the ones I already had in there. The only change we were suggesting is that I break that first segment.
We're just trying to be complete.
Did you want to give me some support on color coding as well?
No.
I thought we were at not, oh, sorry, uncolor?
No, you guys recommended bright red.
No, you said
for
the
left-hand.
red for the, yeah.
What do you mean by
Slightly translucent red below 20%.
those three words, Lawrence?
Pale pink color?
No, no pink.
Transparent, 30%.
Are you getting at applications as being
I don't-
the other
you wrote
agency's implementation?
I don't remember us writing this.
You're right, it's actually in there. But,
I think it's referring to interpretation by other agencies.
That used to be MSY or some other references.
That's right, that some have like limits on them, and this isn't the same interpretation. I'm just not sure application is the right word.
Oh, yeah, other usages, other instances of sexual then are used elsewhere.
And used elsewhere or something?
Your utility in summarizing results with respect to the commission's current management strategy, period. Forget the rest.
I think it's, I like the idea of there being this potentially a different interpretation.
Yeah,
of these
I think
slides.
that's important to capture.
It is.
we're already getting that.
Okay.
Give us 1 second to have a quick think on it, sorry. I know you want to get rid of the traffic. Get your traffic. Can lead. Could.
Rather than the will lead.
I don't understand why this is relevant. Because you're speaking to US people or?
Because everybody who's ever seen one before is going to think this is the same one they just saw.
Yeah,
But it's
saying
not.
it's-
It's very unique.
Do you want to actually say
Because it's
instead of
not an
different?
F?
Because
Vertical axis?
we don't have an F limit, because it's not really a target, because the biomass axis is not really a target. I mean, all of the caveats we went through. A lot of people are going to look at that and see above the horizontal line and say you're overfishing.
Yeah. I think we struggled with it. So somewhere we talked about reference points too. That's in the next.
So it's not a different interpretation, you're actually saying an incorrect interpretation.
Yeah, that's my concern.
May lead to an
It's okay
incorrect
if they have a different
interpretation.
interpretation.
Of such plots relative to those used in other venues.
I think we have a paragraph.
No.
The plot is specific to the commission's current management strategy. It should not be interpreted in the context of other strategies.
Yeah.
Or
That sentence should go right there, and then we're good.
Or a careful description, format and context will be required for a correct interpretation. To avoid incorrect interpretation.
Makes me wonder why I do the figure at all. Because that's what the figure's for.
Say again, sorry? Which
Oh,
figure?
no.
Really, yeah, it's kind of like they want to interpret it in the context of their own national management strategies or whatever, but it's going to be shoehorned into this one.
It's a little stepping stone. If they tell us what the limits are, we can put it on here, but if you don't, you get no colors except for one
Come
color.
the day that the harvest strategy is fully specified, this plot will make perfect sense to everybody.
Well, not the harvest strategy, but the.
The harvest strategy isn't going to make sense, is it? What you say?
Just get rid of the last sentence. That is dangerous. Make sure there's a careful description.
Save recently.
I feel like Mark should be saying something on these paragraphs.
Yeah, awfully quiet.
He's got graphics.
On,
Having lunch.
on which paragraphs do you want me to say something?
36.
I'm just checking to see that you're awake.
Oh, I'm awake, yep.
He would be delighting in how much we're struggling without him.
Yeah, the body, he's not getting our body language.
No, that's true.
Thirty-seven just being the SRB requested that value.
There with an ice
So you're
cream
gonna everything
headache.
in between. Because you have distinguished in the next as well.
Yes.
The next one is about, there is no discussion of the MSY, but because you can see this, there may be something in there. Like a lot of your objectives talk about maximizing or optimizing and that sort of thing.
It gets at the proxy as the golden egg, and it's not really the golden egg. Right?
In the current MSC
Yeah.
objective.
Like everything's focused on, are we achieving our proxy SPR rate? Where you don't really, I mean, the implication is that your proxy SPR rate is BMSY. Kind of.
Which it's not, because if you have steepness, if you have a production function in your model, it's going to have a BMSY.
Yeah.
That will probably be different from your proxy.
Then
I guess-
within what the SPR implies, harvesting it. Is that what you're saying?
Unless
Well-
you get it perfect. But
Right.
I doubt that.
Well,
You could.
We're not saying that you know what steepness is, but just don't lose sight of,
how BMSY changes with various values of steepness, or?
well, yeah, those are obvious, but as you go down the road of actually calculating performance metrics, it seems like, I think you need to have some relationship between your SPR targets, reference points, and BMSY uncertainty, including the uncertainty of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so if you're asking, we want to maximize yield over 250 years. And then you have another objective that says, achieve the BMSY proxy.
Mhm.
Right? Well, you could achieve the BMSY proxy, but not maximize your yield. So, because this is in your model, it may be time varying, it may have all kinds of other things, but that's difficulties you need to deal with.
Does this go in the assessment section or the MSE section?
This is the MSE,
Yeah,
oh,
it's for the MSE section.
It'll go just a few paragraphs down.
but I guess we added it there because it's kind of related to the phase plot stuff. So maybe,
I think we discussed that it could go in either.
right,
Is it only the uncertainty and steepness, or is there other sources of uncertainty that matter in relating BMSY to your proxy, to meeting your proxy? I mean, what we found in the dynamic reference point analysis is that weighted age mattered, the regime mattered.
That's why it's in the assessment section, because it's carrying on from the steepness issue.
So I think I understand the proxy concept, which is that you might have real reference points that are estimated, and you might have proxies. You shouldn't pat yourself on the back because you hit B40 if B40 doesn't mean anything other than that was your proxy. So you might actually have the lines that represent, in a complicated phase plot, the lines that represent estimates of reference points might be coded differently than proxies. But I'm not following exactly how this then feeds back to uncertainty and steepness relative to BMSY. You could have an estimate of BMSY, and that could be a reference point on the plot, or you could have a proxy for BMSY, and I can see why you'd want to distinguish between those.
Well, for example, on your figure, you might think of, well, we think these are equally plausible steepness values. 0.7, 0.85, or 0.9, whatever range, and you can put dots on your phase plot to show where it corresponds to each of those values.
We should be putting that in the ensemble if we believe that's important.
Well, you have it in the ensemble, don't you? Steepness is in the
This
ensemble.
is 0.75 in the ensemble.
Oh, we just said don't do it.
Yeah,
We just said don't.
Yeah.
Well, I think that actually we said don't bother, but I think as it develops for projection purposes and for operating model considerations, it's going to matter a lot. I think steepness doesn't matter now. That was the point. I forgot. But it's going to matter a lot for the operating model and projection purposes.
So maybe we need to partition this bullet and put it in both places, and have it represent what we're trying to get at in each place.
I wonder if here, perhaps consideration of the uncertainty or the uncertainty in the estimated BMSY.
This is poorly worded. I mean, it's not steepness relative to BMSY.
Right.
It's just the uncertainty in steepness and its effect on BMSY.
Okay.
But none of that's in the current phase plot, because everything in the current phase plot is an arbitrary value. F46, B20, and B30, none of those are tested and selected as the best performing yet.
Must be the aura of my computer. It's like blocking your
I didn't do that.
That's even with fresh batteries, huh? Wow. Somebody's phone is updating.
It's sitting on top of my computer, but I don't know, maybe that's. Is this Bluetooth?
It is, yeah.
Just the receiver?
No,
That's the charging station.
The receiver's just plugged into the USB port. I'm wondering if it might be partitioned, and this bullet might not mention progress made on the MSE, but be referring more to the phase plot discussion. And I'm guessing that what was implied by this is that the lines are proxies in the phase plot, but those are proxies for values that are actually estimated and have uncertainty around them. Would it be possible to have another bullet as progress is made on the MSE work?
We're gonna put in a new bullet?
Well, I'm wondering if later, if we do need to partition the MSE part of the sentence, keep here what you were trying to get at for the phase plot. And then later, was there a comment related to the MSE? Would it be worthwhile trying to partition those out, or am I misinterpreting?
There, that just takes this
Okay.
MSE up. And we can come up with a new bullet later.
Yeah,
MSE
that's
section.
better.
Okay.
I was struggling. Sorry about that.
So I guess this now it's more clear, I think, that you could indicate BMSY on the face plot.
Yeah.
With some uncertainty.
Mark, did you have a comment?
Just that the its should have, in paragraph 38, it should have the apostrophe removed.
Never get that right.
Does anybody, to prevent wastage, does anybody want one more sandwich? And if not, I'll just give it to the staff. Just rather not have it wasted. Anybody else want to grab one more?
So I'm going to pull in the current estimate of BMSY from the MSE and add that to the phase plot. That's the way it reads now.
Nope. There's no MSE in there.
Well, that's the only place that an estimate of BMSY exists.
you can't make one? You have,
I don't want to because I have steepness fixed. That's why I don't estimate it in the assessment. The steepness is fixed, so I don't think it would be a good estimate.
But there is a BMSY in the model. I mean, the model has BMSY. Even if you're not estimating or calculating.
It was in the, and we calculated it in the dynamic reference points paper.
Yeah, I mean,
Annual BMSY.
it's a bit awkward here. Maybe we should
is it out?
move it and take it out.
Live to fight another day?
I mean, you get the point of what I was trying to say is that, we're talking about phase plots, we're talking about status determinations.
Right.
Wanted to make a point about proxies aren't the be all and end all. And clearly the range of steepness doesn't matter for the assessment side, but it's going to matter for
Absolutely.
the projection side. And some point, you're going to have to make a decision on what to do about that. And when that decision is made, it would be nice to reflect it back, is all I was trying to say.
Yes.
So why are we deleting it?
What?
Why are we deleting it?
Because it's awkward.
Well, and we don't have anything to put back yet. We don't have the values from the MSE yet to bring back.
Which is why I had to bid on the MSC.
Which would again be conflating the assessment and the MSE, so.
But why would an estimate of BMSY from the MSE be not applicable from the phase plot? I mean, if we choose reference points, they're going to be their reference points.
Because in the MSE, well,
I think it's only true with regards to the uncertainty, not with regards to the central tendency of that estimate.
well, it depends. If your assessment model is exactly the same as your operating model, then they would correspond, but presumably they won't.
Okay, that.
So BMSY for your assessment model is not the same as BMSY for the operating. Okay, am I hitting the delete button?
Get agreement, then you are.
In the hearing no disagreement. Problem solved. $38 to $41.
39 should have Rev 1 after info 1. It's REV_1 is the revision.
Dash REV?
Just space, capital R, small e, v, _1.
So they're working. They do
Info 1. Oh, wait. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, that's one.
No, you can delete the red one. Sorry.
I was thinking inside.
We did.
What am I doing?
That's the lock working.
Yeah, that's not Rev 1, sorry. I was thinking of something else. That's one.
Paragraph 38. Bids in hand.
I thought we didn't like paragraph 40.
Paragraph 40 doesn't reflect the discussion we had.
Sorry?
Paragraph 40 does not reflect the discussion we were having.
Yeah. I think this was, somebody else drafted this.
That would be me.
So an objective for a minimum catch level, I think we agreed with that. I think that was our point, is that
Yeah.
this is okay, but the proportional share,
If you had some text to express that, that would be very helpful to the MSAT. That was one thing we really struggled on at the ad hoc working group meeting. Some people wanted to identify minimum catch level and others wanted to identify a proportion.
And is it because the minimum catch level is more, excuse me, something that's a performance, like a performance measure versus the proportional share is more something that would be in the management procedure? Like, is that?
Well, a proportional share could be a performance measure. You will have average proportional share, you'll have variation over time, lots of things, but
What's the meaning?
yeah, you may be better off with a smaller average proportional share because overall it, creates a higher, it keeps you away from that minimum catch.
And I think that concept of the accountability and if we're all spiraling down, then we all spiral down together is the idea behind the proportional. Whereas if we're going up, then we're all getting a bigger proportion going up. I think that's my interpretation of why there's an insistence on a proportion as opposed to a flat number. Because if everybody has a flat number and it all adds up to something that you can't actually have, like if it adds up to more than what's available, that becomes problematic.
Well, I think that this is the trade-off thing. When you do this, though, rather than ask them what is the number you want, you say, well, if you want a flat number, then this is a flat number. But it's a lot less than you get if you do this proportionally over time. That's the basic trade-off. And so that's why I think going out to them and asking them in this sort of sequential way, what do you want, isn't actually getting to it. You can put these in and you can say, well, these are numbers that they wanted. And if you then allocate that proportionally, you can see that, hang on a second, after about 4 years of running this, you're below your coast-wide assessment and therefore, you're in trouble. So work it out from that, it's got to be lower. You still want to go, to the other areas, still want to allow that area to be able to assist on that level of permanent catch. I think that's how you got to present it. I mean, that's what I see the MSE useful for in illustrating to these people that, you may want this, but you can't have your unicorn. Get on with it.
So I have difficulty interpreting this. Should it read that an objective for minimum catch level and a proportional share should be defined separately? Because they are different concepts, or just delete that? Because
I'm generally
it sounds like they go together, the way it reads now. Is that, anybody else reading it that way?
You could say separately there to clarify what it means, but I'm not sure I would keep it the way it is. Like, I think we should recommend against developing proportional share objectives. And that's what you just talked about. Yeah, I think it's something that you can compute performance measures on, but just to see how it varies over time and whether it matters, but I think if people are really adamant about proportional shares, then they should define, you should try a management procedure that inputs everybody's desired proportional share.
Yeah.
And see what the consequences are for everybody's catch. And maybe they'll like it. I don't know, maybe it'll work.
That would be awesome.
Well, I think you had it in your possible dimensions of management procedures is fixed share. So that's really where it belongs.
Well, we changed some subsequent text that's related to this, didn't we? In terms of proportion.
I don't want to jump ahead, but let's jump ahead.
Just those 40, I mean, that's probably all you need right there. Just
Stuff here.
that's a different, it was these three paragraphs, 40 through 42.
Oh, this one we did, yeah, 42. Revised.
And 41. It originally read like we were asking to weigh in on policy.
It originally read that
goal was to have annual mortality proportional to local abundance. The annual mortality limit was supposed to be set in proportion to local abundance as an objective.
It's kind of a weak paragraph now.
And I think it's fine. It's a weak objective. It's,
No, I mean, how we changed it. I guess from a science point of view, we didn't want to say that we don't think that you're ever going to be able to manage local abundances perfectly, because nobody does anywhere.
and I think stakeholders have to realize that what they perceive, they may not be realized in the TC line.
I mean, it's a similar thing, like it might turn out that Area 3B should have a cap on annual mortality. So it's, at some level, it's no longer proportional to abundance, because that's better for everybody overall. So again, it's if you really want it, you can try it in the procedure.
Yeah, Western Aleutians, who's going to?
Nobody out there to complain?
And that you
I don't have a
couldn't,
problem.
given the way this was originally worded, it was by reg area, so you couldn't simulate that anyway. Which is the second part of the sentence.
But then 42 talks about that too.
So I want to go back to this 40. And should we put in a new bullet that talks about setting proportional share goals?
Challenge is that these two things are the two things they just did at the last annual meeting. They set one area with a fixed catch level and the other one with a proportional share.
But that's part of the management procedure, not the objective.
Right.
So I think
Yeah, good
that's
point.
useful.
Good point, yep.
You could have a minimum catch level objective or a floor in the procedure.
Yeah.
Same thing with the proportional share, so I don't know.
I think the way that I'll present it to the MSAP is we have an objective where you define a minimum and we report the proportions to you as a sort of statistic of interest, where you can still evaluate the management procedure against the proportions that are coming out of the model. We don't have a set objective on what that proportion should necessarily be. And then you can still evaluate the trade-offs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point of the way of doing it. Otherwise, you're not going to make any progress.
Exactly. I fully agree. It'll help the process for sure.
So 40 needs fixing, so you have a suggested way to fix it?
My suggestion is the first thing recommended that an objective or minimum catch level is useful is whatever, full stop. I don't mean to drive the boat here, but.
Can I just ask what? The SRB noted the definition of new objectives. Seems a bit odd.
They're new at this meeting. These objectives were new.
To the SRB, or do you mean from the ad hoc working group?
Okay.
So you say something like noting the new objectives provided in paper info 1. Just because you have a recommended there, it's going to get cut and pasted out.
I would actually say paper 09.
Paper 09?
What?
Bit of
Say
dyslexia
paper 09
here.
and we'll get
Provided in what?
paper 09.
Paper 09.
I'll let you-
It doesn't like the P.
This thing's just losing it. Paper 09. Did you see the type paper 09?
So you got- Let me get rid of some text.
Maybe the
It
roles
doesn't
matter.
like text underneath it or around it. Just tell me when you want that. So it would be noting the new objectives, the SRB recommended.
That's you.
No. So noting at the start of the sentence instead of the SRB noted, it's
Oh.
just.
The SRB.
Room 20 or stuff.
That's it. Now, what do you want to say about the proportional shares? Proportional share.
Could we say that,
Go ahead, Mark.
could we say proportional shares are a different concept? And maybe. Semicolon SRB recommended that they also be defined for each regulatory area.
To avoid the choice being made as one or the other, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that helpful, Alan?
We're still asking them to be defined as an objective.
Like you said, I mean, they might have objectives. They might say, well, we want 30% on average. And so you could output it and say, okay, how close is it?
So, we can ask them to define it, but we won't necessarily have tolerances and other things associated with that.
Yeah.
But they will at least have stated their objective, and then we can have
Right.
that has a look at that.
So that way they can review, but the critical element is that you get both a minimum number and a proportion from each regulatory area. So then you can then say, well, this management procedure works up to this point, and this one, works all the time, but sometimes you go underneath the limit with X proportion of the time.
I've agreed there, but it's up to you guys.
Instead of recommended?
Yeah, it's up to you. I mean, do you want this to be a sort of a commission thing, or do you just want to direct us?
Well, I think it's to try and help Alan make progress, whether it's at the MSAM or at the commission, wherever it is. He needs to be able to say, look, the SRB said you need to do this for me to be able to do my job. That's how I kind of see it.
Can we, just to clarify, it should also be defined? so that it is clear that you're agreeing that the minimum catch level is defined as well.
That,
Yeah.
And for the minimum catch level, do we need to say somewhere that that's specifically a regional minimum catch level? Because it could still be interpreted as an overall minimum catch level.
Oh, yeah, yeah, having a regulatory area concept.
Sort of implied is also.
Okay.
It's almost implied because it's also.
I think it's good to have it clear, yeah. And another suggestion at the end of all the sentence, would it be helpful to have to examine trade-offs? At the very end, so yes, that'd be good. That different concepts should also be defined for each IPHC regulatory area to examine trade-offs.
Yes, I like that.
What's,
Whatever.
is that what you want? Trade-off should be?
Along that line, just indicating that we'll be examining the trade-offs.
Can we not just say this will, having both will aid the development of trade-offs or something? Of these competing objectives?
Can we just let you do that? I mean,
What if-
you can plot trade-offs. I mean, this,
Well, okay, yeah, it's up to the SRB, but I think highlighting that that's the purpose of defining them both will be helpful to the MSAB. It's as simple as after area, space, to examine trade-offs. This is your report. That's what means I write it. I did get agreement from another SRB member.
okay. So we went over these, but are they okay?
Which 42, hang on.
Original objective.
Yeah, it needs to be specific.
And should we be what above means?
I would actually put the objective there.
Think above related to 41.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, what we'll do is, just so you know, we'll just cut and paste it in there. So we'll literally say the SRB recommended that if the original objective to have annual mortality limits, et cetera,
Yeah.
was of broad interest, so we'll just do that. So it's cool. This will just get cut out and taken elsewhere.
I really like 42, and it's coming back to what Sean, you said at the last annual meeting as well. And the commission is curious about this.
That's good.
And what is meant by regulatory area splitting?
is there any other definition? There's
Well,
regions and regulatory areas.
right, I'm just wondering if it might be interpreted as splitting within a regulatory area.
Well, it's definitely splitting within a region.
These are regions splitting into regulatory areas.
Right.
We were last week talking about disputed areas and splitting between, so that's a bit of a, what?
splitting 5 individual survey statements.
People get very
Proportion to
touchy
survey
about border
abundance would
lines.
be in proportion to model survey abundance.
Right where I am?
Just where it's the word survey up top, next sentence up, or next line up, right at the end, yeah. To model survey.
Yeah, modeled survey.
Model?
Modeled.
Modeled.
The output of a.
American, say it incorrectly spelling.
Dave's got it, Australia.
It would actually be modeled survey trends, right? Because it's an index.
Okay, here we come into a bunch of blue stuff. that we really don't know what to do.
But yeah,
I
I
think
can
we
help,
changed-
Very specific.
I can help explain, yeah. I was pushing the SRB, I will be honest.
Hoping we wouldn't
already
notice.
changed it.
No,
There were recommendations here, and we actually did change the wording, so
Yeah.
stuff that's in purple or color is not the original text.
the MSAB requested that the SRB weigh in on appropriate proxy levels. So what I put in here were placeholders for the SRB to make a recommendation on a proxy level that the MSAB could use. Realizing that you would see it and have that discussion. So the recommendations from paper.
So we changed that word.
That whole sentence was added
No, we didn't have the whole sentence.
in the track changes version. That I don't know if it was added or just moved, but that's new.
It was changed
appears to be
probably.
new.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like, we haven't seen any analysis, so we can't say,
Well, the dynamic reference point paper, that's where this is coming. It showed a range of potential values, RSB, MSY. And that was, yeah,
This is for what? For biomass targets in the MSE?
yeah, in defining an objective for the target, which the commission asked for and the MSAB requested help from SRB. And so the dynamic reference point paper suggested RSB MSY is probably between 20 and 30%. And so I think it was worded in the paper that in the discussion section that a precautionary value of RSB MSY would be proxy would be 30%, acknowledging uncertainty due to steepness and other things. And that would put, and that should say RSB MEY between 36 and 44% based on the assumed relationships of 1.2 or 1.44, I think it is, times RSB MSY.
It was 1.2.
There's another paper that suggests 1.4 for data for stocks.
Which you are not. I don't know.
Could argue, yeah.
Oh, so 1.2 is 36, 1.4
would be.
So how do you like our sentence?
I like it. I'd put RSB MEY.
Yeah, so we have the could, so our main thing was the could, I think.
Yep. And then I'll just translate that to the MSAB as this is what they said.
Yeah. They said you should.
We should. They said could, so we should.
It's a good scientific way to say it.
Yeah.
maybe we should go to the paragraph below because we kind of.
We worked on A and B here, 45A and B. I don't think we worked on C as much, but try 45A.
So how is, with the definition of in A, with the definition of a threshold reference point, how is that conflating the management procedure now?
A threshold assumes that you're going to do something. Threshold is usually something that you take action with, isn't it?
Yeah, and so I guess my definition, I use threshold to imply that it's not. We've been using trigger. Is that
That's even more, that's even more.
Well, exactly. But you're right, threshold has been interpreted as a point of action. So what I was trying to do was develop an objective that was not conflated with the management procedure, but instead just defined a value, that it was to be above 80% of the time. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to be 30%, it could be 40 or 32.5, whatever.
I mean, you could say maintain female spawning biomass above the RSB MSY proxy of 30% at least 80% of the time.
Then that would not conflate?
Nope.
Okay, good. That was what I was going for. However, said that, I like A because the MSAB is looking to conflate the management procedure with the objective.
I'm sorry, what say that again?
The MSAB is looking to define an objective that does conflate, that does interact
Exactly
with the
what they want
management
to do.
procedure. That is what they want to do. They want to define an objective that avoids management action, additional management action.
Avoids
Additional management action. They want to avoid being on the ramp. That's their objective.
They want to avoid being on the ramp.
Yes.
So that's fine. Choose a manager, choose other elements of the procedure that don't have you on the ramp. Like that don't have you suffer the consequences of being on the ramp.
Right. But that's not.
Choose a procedure that doesn't have a ramp.
No, we've told them that.
Staying off the ramp is my objective.
That's what we keep trying to tell them, but they think it is.
It's been a long road on that.
Yeah, they're overthinking stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you're already up to, I don't know how many objectives and
MSC Explorers.
you just don't have the control that to meet all these different objectives in all this fine detail. It's gonna end up turning out that like 3 objectives are gonna drive the whole thing.
Why don't we say that? Not that 3 objectives were, but I mean.
So in relation to that, I think A is really useful if it's defined as maintaining the female spawning biomass above A.
But, so I didn't actually, until we were talking, that's why I asked you to repeat, because I read this and thought, what the?
Yeah. So I wonder if you could change threshold reference point to trigger reference point. And that would be really useful for me.
Still a
to
trigger. It's
It-
an
it's just-
objective, like.
Well, no, I think
objectives are-
that's the point. He's
Yeah.
trying to point out that, hey, you're conflating this because you're calling it a trigger. That's why he prefers that as trigger as opposed to threshold.
Yeah, I would appreciate you saying that so that I could point it out to the MSAB, this is what you've done and we should not do this. It was mentioned in the last SRB report, but that's not a recommendation going forward. This is the report that we'll see going forward. It's basically carrying that statement from the previous report forward.
Yeah, because I thought we had said that before.
But
So
I
what should
think
we
it'd be
say?
useful to repeat it here.
They also haven't met.
Use of the trigger objective 2 conflates the objective and management procedure. So there was something,
That, if you make that a trigger reference
this
point,
here?
yeah, and then if, to make it clear, you can put the maintain, the stuff that's in the bracket, put it in parentheses, because that's what they fed back. You know, that's a quote on what they want.
So, and then maybe follow this with the SRB recommends not doing that?
Yeah.
We should request that.
Maybe an example of what they should do, could use.
Are we speaking to MSAB here?
I think you can speak generally.
that objective should not be defined in this way.
Exclamation mark.
Find another word, highly recommend,
Strongly.
strongly recommend.
Feels, I think, is
Would it,
Oh, cheap language, please.
would it be helpful to, after then, period, for example, what you said, Sean, earlier, defining that threshold as RSB MSY proxy, or something like that. Does that make sense?
I think,
Yeah. Just as reference points. Or whatever, I'm just.
Is this the bit about not trying to be on the ramp?
This is the bit about, you might define an objective that is be 30% with being above it 80% of the time, but that's not part of the management procedure. But I think it's in there in the independent.
Well, this gives you some leeway to interpret. What they mean is, do as I say.
You know the process.
You know the process.
Yeah, I like that.
Haven't they already sort of done that by essentially saying that they want to limit annual variability to less than a certain percent?
Exactly.
So,
We tried to explain that to them.
okay,
We talked about control rules of 80-10 control rules, where you're always on the ramp and it still meets your variability. That's what you should be focused on.
But they don't like the political perception of being on the ramp either. I think there's a stigma attached to that. Because most places, the ramp is a bad place to be.
And historically, for them, the ramp is a bad place to be.
Unless you're at the top of the car park trying to get out, then the ramp's a very good place to be.
We do have a paragraph below that's, I'm worried, a little bit related to this stuff. It's the one where we talk about a tuning thing.
Sorry?
It's above, no, it's above 7.2.
Oh.
Paragraph numbers are different now, so go
Is it
scroll down.
related to this topic?
I think it is, and that's why I'm a little bit worried. So it might be worth jumping back and forth. So the red paragraph there, those 51 and 52. Is it related or not? I'm sorry, I just.
Well, it kind of gets to the point of, not overthinking this stuff and just getting on with it and getting some results so they can start to get to see, get the feedback.
Should we discuss these right now, these paragraphs? Or do you want to come to-
Well, to the extent that I thought it was related to what we were just working on, but if others don't think so, go more sequentially.
Well, I think what we have to do is review, we wrote those paragraphs assuming that those top ones were going to be there. Now we have to review whether those still apply given the changes that we made.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
We will have to come back to those once we get to them on the other way around.
All right, let's try to finish these out. So we put in some wishy-washy words here. Potential, some international standards.
Could.
Doesn't need to be capitalized either.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah.
So SB, 71.
So C is, again, bringing results forward from the last SRB meeting. And when, I didn't show you those results at this meeting, but I showed them to you. That's just summarizing the results that you saw in June.
Should we say could instead of would, just to be?
That's how I
Yes.
could tell that we didn't work on this.
Everything becomes wishy-washy.
But wait a minute now, SPR. I don't know, so this is SPR values between 30 and 48%. That's a management procedure choice.
Yes. These are the results I showed you.
So this is basically saying, yeah, well, this is more like a note, like we note your results, right?
Yeah. This is fine.
It is a note.
Right, okay, so we note SPR values.
Dave, this paragraph is noting, and it has one recommendation in A. Yeah, it seems like, and then the whole set would be carried forward.
It would.
Can we leave it for now and you fix it?
We could just cut this out.
But
We
then
could
you'll
cut
tell
this
me if
out.
we fixed it incorrectly.
We could just cut this out and make a separate recommendation.
You could do that. Perfect. That work, Alan?
Yeah, that's fine. Cool.
Just replace that 46, yeah.
46.
EV.
Streets. Now this is different.
So that, the last part of that sentence is the results that I showed in June, just showing the constraints that were implied on the management procedures. I can't remember if you actually made a statement on that in SRB015.
I mean, for us, it's really, it's not, I mean, we can note these kinds of results, but for us, it's more, maybe we said that in the last report, that the approach that you took to generate these results is okay.
Yeah.
The results are what they are. I mean, we're just evaluating the methods you're using to.
Yeah, whatever you want to do with that. What was the 46? Sorry. Well, that was the one you took down. Should in 48 encourage be capitalized?
Sorry?
Should encourage be capitalized?
I don't think it's a word we have in our
You're really
vocabulary.
you're much more flexible than you were before. And when you first started this, it was like, oh,
So start hard and
it's
then.
not
then
in the
ease up.
glossary. Yeah. Now that we've been whipped into shape. Encourage or encouraged?
Yeah, CCSBT, and specifically, executive secretary specifically said we don't do,
The verbs.
IOTC does.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny. Opposite that.
Yeah.
That's right. Then I take over. Once he retires, it'll be changed. Don't worry. Nice cushy rolling camera. It's being recorded.
So what?
Okay, well, I think you should agree with those. Those are mostly yours. So 52 is recommending that you really think about developing some kind of tuning procedure. Criterion for two. Basically, it helps you just to eliminate one axis or two axes of variability.
Is if, well, what we did in the coastwide MSD was define the 3 objectives with priority to the objectives. It has to meet the being above 20% this amount of time. It has to meet this variability criteria, and then it maximizes the yield. Would that fit into this criterion for achieving?
If those are your only 3 objectives, you probably,
Well,
so here's an example. You might have, say the first one, probability of being above 20% BMSY. And your criterion is 95% of the time. So one procedure might be above it 100% of the time, but gives you an average catch of whatever, 10,000 tons a year. And then you have another one that's only above it 96% of the time, but gives you 17,000 tons a year.
Right.
Which one do you use?
And that's why right. So you're saying the whole set needs to be developed so that it identifies the best performing management procedure?
So what you could do in that case, because I've had people come to me and say, why would we do that? Why would we meet that objective 100% of the time if we only need to do it 95% of the time because we're giving up catch? So
Right.
that's a trade-off.
Right.
So so you could say, okay, well, we're going to tune every procedure so that they're all 95% on the B20.
Oh, so you're eliminating the axis of that trade-off.
Right. So now you're looking at the trade-off between your second objective and your catch.
How do you get people to agree to that?
Yeah.
So we got
Some
them to
are-
agree to a tolerance, but to pick a specific
You
probability.
don't tell them?
No, like in Sablefish, we one of the objectives is to be at BMSY by a certain year into the future at 50%. So the median BMSY in certain years, the median biomass in a certain year is BMSY. So it's a forced rebuilding kind of objective. So all the procedures are tuned to hit that.
Yeah, and I definitely see the purpose of that, but Halibut's not at the state where we need to build towards anything.
Yeah, well, that's why it gets a little fuzzy when you go backwards and say, yeah, well, this procedure avoids the limit 100% of the time. We're going to tune it so it only does it 95% of the time. We're actually going to degrade its performance. You know what I mean? You're taking something that basically has no risk and adding risk to it.
But don't you, in your comparison, when you presented your results, don't you get all the ones that pass the first gate, and then they pass the
Right.
second gate, and then they pass the third gate, and then you look at the parameters of interest of all those that have made it through all 3 gates, and then you can look at it, and that's where you would see the 10,000 or the 17,000.
No, because
you've
some are
the ones.
overdoing it on some of those earlier objectives. Some are passing them with some extra tolerance. Your stated tolerance is 5%. That's what everybody agreed to. So why would you have a tolerance of 1%? Some people would not agree to that.
You're foregoing catch with that gating, or potentially foregoing some benefits, whatever that may be, whatever your rule is against. You obviously only hitting it a smaller percentage of the time, or a larger percentage of the time, whichever way around you're foregoing something. It doesn't need to be that restrictive. So in order for it to be comparable, you have to tune it.
So you could have fished, the one that meets it 100% of the time, you could have fished at, say, a higher reference fishing mortality rate. In which case, it will separate out, the catches will either be more or less comparable.
You just can't find a criteria that I can get everybody to agree on.
Well, you said your target, your RSB.
Mhm.
So biomass target objective based on proxy, blah, 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 right?
Right.
So you could, even here, you have two numbers. Which one is it? So you're going to be between them. Pick a number right in. It would be simpler if you had only one.
Yeah.
Because if you did, then they could say, okay, that's our tuning. We're going to tune to hit that target.
50% probability.
Yeah.
And then if a management procedure, like say the 40-20 control rule, net is always above that target, that we would not consider that control rule anymore.
You might have to, so it's always above it, then you could raise the reference fishing mortality. You keep the same control rule, but raise the.
Yeah, I mean, but it shows that the control rule is enacted so much that the reference fishing mortality hasn't.
If you just continue to tune until you achieve the probability.
But you can't, because the control rule limits you from actually getting the biomass that low.
So in that case,
Change
that
the
would be a
control rule.
procedure that fails.
Yeah. Okay.
And you could have you might have two control rules that both meet the 36.
Yeah.
But one does it with catches like this, but the other one does it with a little bit lower steady catch.
Yeah, I get that. But, okay, I'll work on it with the MSAT and see if we can identify it. I think that's good. It's going to be, it puts a little bit of workload on us in iterating through management procedures to find the ones that are tuned to that. But it does take a lot of workload off of the MSAT.
It will reduce your procedures, like, because you have it, you could have a 40-20 control rule with 100 different reference Fs.
Yeah.
It boils it, it'll take it to one.
Yeah,
So you'll have 4 procedures to look at instead of 40.
And this is the point that I've been making to them. You give me a target, I'll tell you what the procedure is.
Yeah.
And we just don't have enough elements of the procedure distribution that might be more.
But they also haven't specified anything yet that would meet this tuning criterion.
Right, so that's what I need to work on with.
It might be better just to not, to develop this on your own. And
And
show
give them
them,
a couple scenarios.
like,
Which basically goes to the other point of get on with it, implement it.
Right.
Then you have that ability to show them, and then they start to understand. And once they understand, your iterations going around through this are going to become much more, they have a much more progress at each step because people are getting on board. And that was kind of our point about getting it implemented so that you can actually, show them you may know how these things relate, but to them they're independent.
Yeah, I want to second that. I think our overall feeling was to really start doing things.
With regard to paragraph 42, is near and medium term necessary there?
42 or 52?
52. if we're looking to have a target, if the criterion is meeting a BMSY target, that would be a long-term objective in my mind.
But for the MSC, the long term is 100 years, so how much difference?
Well,
would we
long-term is
see?
not 100 years, long-term is equal on average. And so we could potentially define this as a medium term, but by the SRB putting near and medium term, is that limiting us to?
That's up to you guys.
Okay, I'm fine with this. I think it'll help the process if we can get it done. Okay. Thank you.
Getting near the end here. 3, program of work. So you can see from this, we were hoping to see something for June.
Yep.
Something, it doesn't have to be final or anything, but at least, seeing what's coming out of this.
Well, if you want, we did, the presentation noted that you will review some results in June, but you can note that or not. Well, thanks. That's going to be very helpful to the answer.
We have the research plan, 5-year research plan. Have one. And just these are the ones that we've added. '57, 58, 59, 60, 57 to 60. So I think our overall point here is that over the last several meetings, we've kind of been targeted mostly on trying to get better articulation of the connection between the different research groups and the different things. And so 57 is really like, this is really coming along nicely and it's going well. And then 58 is getting to maybe not having, so recognizing that maybe the next step would be to get more details on particular project design, projects and designs and results and other things. Things that we could dig into and provide more scientific comment on rather than the overarching stuff.
So even if that meant,
Mark?
I was going to say, even if that meant not seeing a report on every project at every SRB meeting.
I guess that's what the next point goes to. It basically says it's critical that when it's completed, that you get to see the detail in order to be able to evaluate it. And when something is proposed, that we can make a recommendation. This is good to propose it based upon it satisfies scientific criteria for robustness of design, etc., etc. Those are the two critical points at which we want to be able to provide input or assistance or whatever you want. Sorry, Mark.
No, thank you, Sven. Reinforce what I was saying.
May I comment?
Sure.
Yeah, I think 58, in my opinion, reads a little harsh.
I was just reading that.
In that, I don't know, I think it could be interpreted, I mean, this is intended for the commissioners. This could be interpreted as criticism for lack of progress, which I don't think that's what you're saying here. Saying here was that the report that was provided had insufficient information. Am I understanding this correctly?
In my mind, yes.
I think 58 and 59 might be mergeable because.
So in fact, what could be corrected is the type of document that you're expecting.
Yeah, and I would flip that and just change it so it is that positive. Just state what you'd like to see, and that's it. Would be an alternative. So rather than saying that you have a limited ability to provide constructive, just say you would be able to provide more constructive criticism or guidance if X, Y, Z. Just a suggestion.
Traditionally, I think what we've provided is really a documented summary of results.
Do it all in 59. Drop
So
58.
what you're requesting is, it's not a summary of results, but a description of results, including objectives, methodology, results, and discussion.
Well, there's no way to evaluate the merits of the results without having more detailed information about, how the data were collected, what parameters were being measured, what statistical techniques were being used to analyze the data. I mean, you present information and it's impossible to provide, guidance or assistance or critique or, whatever. So, but in situations at this time, there was several iterations. I wrote back asking for more. It wasn't provided everywhere, but it was provided with the genomics section. And I felt that with that extra information, I was able to provide you with really kind of valuable insights about where things were going. And, that's the type of input you can get if you provide other information so that that level of detail could be conveyed back to the.
No, I think the point is well taken. We'll definitely include all the information that's requested in future reports.
And the acknowledgement there is that sometimes that means you can't report on everything. We understand that.
Take out the recommended.
I want to put something in here that. Any suggestions? Help me. It's 2:30, I'm getting tired.
Take out the word recommended above that.
Take out what?
The word recommended above that. Just you note that you could do better on advising if we provide more information. So when a project is completed, these projects are completed.
What, more detailed or details of specific projects or?
The necessary detail to assess the utility, whether the efficacy is it?
Like that?
You probably delete, So I think all we wanted to say was just, it's great, made all these connections with the research. Now, just if we can, it's hard to evaluate stuff that's being done or advise further without more details. And Mark, you are especially vocal on this one.
Joseph, I would really like to see the detailed thinking that goes into projects, and rather than having everyone every time, to really get into the methods and the hypotheses and the analyses, I think would be very good for everybody.
So is 58 okay with everyone?
Yep. For me, yep.
So 59 I wrote, but it was kind of square brace because I wasn't sure if I was missing things. But do you guys, as a secretariat, feel like you have a good handle on what data's being collected over the 100 years of the IPHC's existence?
Well, it's what you're talking about as well as other stuff too.
Yeah, everything.
Other agencies.
Other agencies, but specifically, like, I know what's in our database, more or less, or, the sources of information over the years. And I always kind of, if I was doing some of the projects that Joseph talked about, I would be first going to those data. And I just wonder if that's happening. And if it's not happening, would an inventory of what's available help? I mean, it would help me to know what's available and say, yeah, you should go look at these when you're doing that.
So the short answer is no, it's not collated in one particular area. Longer answer is that yes, we are trying to come up with a consolidated database of all the data that's available. Also to try and make that publicly available on the website. Yeah, it's just one of those things that takes a long time to dig through. It's with all kinds of different formats. It's in archives, but it's on our work plan to do it.
Not so much
not the actual data, more the metadata about it.
Yeah, like what's available,
yeah,
and is this still in paper form kind of thing.
Yeah, it's both. It's both.
Yeah. No, I mean, just so that I know.
Turning it into actual data is a much longer process than locating it and saying it exists.
Being a recent hire some 27 years ago, no, I still don't know what data are available.
You found out before
for
Noah, right?
They have computers.
These youngsters.
It wasn't your computer cards.
Things aren't so different on the other side of the border.
Just a small
We'll leave it in there if
clarification.
it's useful. Is that a?
Just a clarification, are you referring to biological data, fisheries, derived data?
Yeah.
What type of data are you referring to?
All of it, yeah, across the board.
You mentioned data that the Russians are collecting.
Yeah, I mean, actually, we have a project underway right now that has halibut data in there. I don't know if Ian, Cecilia O'Leary, she's a postdoc with us. We had a very fruitful meeting with the Russian scientists, and there's been an exchange going on, so.
Came to a.
Yeah, I was there, but I didn't conclude that there was going to be any official data being passed.
It's not being passed officially, that's why you.
No, you're exactly right.
No, it's all.
It's exactly what's happened. The data I understand is being passed, but only being passed under the table. Because as soon as there's any formal passing of data, it has to be approved through Moscow.
I've been asking about that at every meeting. Feedback I've gotten is that that's not the case, but for publication. Anyway.
But I mean, you did mention that the survey data was already available in searchable format on the website, right?
three things.
I mean, we could add,
Yeah. So it's that.
So, I mean, I produce a 100-page data summary every year, but it's focused on data sets that are relevant to the assessment. So
yeah,
it's not a catalog. I think you guys are thinking of a catalog.
Catalog, yeah, it's everything.
and
Theoretically,
maybe we could add, we
interactive,
appreciate the online developments,
Yeah.
because that is pretty slick.
Yeah, and so the migration stuff that Pierre is putting together is an example of that effort, so in one particular area, and the idea is to do that across the board.
But I
Just
think
attach
that
that
was
to the
part
other.
of the thing that reminded us.
There are three other things to add as other business, but I'll let you finish up here.
Now, there was one, did we talk about the conceptual model paragraph?
Just a question about for more depth on the biological information or biological research, is there a specific topic that, I'm just thinking in terms of it, or are you just asking Joseph to?
No, we
Determine
pointed
timeline?
to the timeline because there's endpoints on those, and we said, well, that's kind of the natural time to pick that project to be provided in more detail.
And then is there also like a startup time in terms of providing input into the study design for like upcoming projects?
Yeah, that was part of it.
Okay.
That was part of the text, I thought.
Well,
It
it said that there's a start point when it's needed and there's an end point when
Okay.
it's needed.
I think I read the when at project end, but didn't see anything about project.
That was
But I think there was
before
probably-
Sean was doing editing.
I could have caught it mid-edit as well. Very possible.
What do you want to say about the data and the website and stuff?
Is that where you are now?
Yeah, it's where he's below the conceptual model.
Oh,
Is it more to do with, you're only going to talk about the migration component, or are you looking at?
This is kind of where the,
Okay.
well,
what David just said, probably.
I wasn't listening. That doesn't always happen. Just now.
I think we already said that we encourage you to think about the data.
Did I?
Yeah, if you look, if you go at the note above, we encourage presenting this more broad and highlight specific gaps in knowledge and particularly useful.
Yeah.
This is useful guide operating model. I think that's essentially the bit that we were discussing when we were talking about finding out where the data is.
Yeah. I think we spent time on this, but did we do it with these guys? You guys okay with 48?
No, I think that was just because Sean was trying to write that again in a new paragraph. That's what I was pointing
Oh,
out.
oh, yeah. And this is the paragraph I wasn't sure that we went over in this.
You can just hold that for a second. It's already clean the report.
Oh, you
Back
did?
This way, yeah, so.
This is specifically for what Pierre was doing, yes? Or is it?
I don't know, huh?
Because I'm kind of looking at MSC framework and closed loop. It's like, which part of the simulations are we posting on the web? It's not.
I shouldn't have moved up. I shouldn't have gone backwards.
Go backwards.
Stayed where I was.
So let me know. It's all good. Okay. So there's three other items under other business that you've already addressed, or two of those. And so we'll include another item here, so it'll be 9, and then 10 will be a review of the draft. So 9 is first, so 9.1 would be the life history modeler. So I don't think you've added any text in there. So it'll just be a note that you received a draft of the life history modeler description and announcement, providing comments, and I'm assuming you would like to see it one more time between the next little while to provide final comment, or what would you like?
I didn't send any comments. I mean, I just responded to your emails, so
we'll
it
just
just
say
hasn't.
responded
I haven't put on the
informally.
drop.
Yeah, and we'll just note that.
I-
There was
But I
informal
only
exchange.
responded to Sean, so I don't know whether he's passed it on.
Oh, that was to me, really?
Well, no.
You had to
only
reply,
some-
I did
only-
reply all, didn't I?
No, only to the SRB, I think I replied,
Yeah.
so that we could finish our iterations before we present it back to them. That was my intent.
So we'll simply note that you received it informally in the session and provided comment directly to the secretariat, full stop. So it's just,
Great. And
similar.
Dave,
Sorry, go, Mark.
I'd be happy to take a look at it in penultimate form before you start advertising.
Sure. So in terms of process, so we'll just include that we welcome further comments from the SRB intersessionally, noting that it will be provided to the commission at its interim meeting for decision. So that way that sentence is pretty clear. And then similar for the MSE external peer review. Exactly the same. Received it informally in session, commented, and we welcome any further intersessional comments before we present it to the commission at the interim meeting for consideration. And then finally is the meeting calendar. Steve, do you have that at your fingertips to know?
It's
We just want confirmation of the next SRB meeting dates for you.
Yeah, my favorite topic.
Your favorite.
go down to the third page, which is
My name is close to my computer,
okay. Those are the current dates that we have listed, which is that same week in June that you met this year, and that was an issue. Yeah. So we just want your feedback on the meeting dates.
So noting that we try and plan 3 years out, we would like to secure
I don't know what I'm doing next week. But if it's in the calendar, I'm more likely to be free then.
So that's the idea, is that you take these dates, put them in your calendar, and then you use those to persuade other people to move their meetings.
I have 2 suggestions. One is that, could we get at least a week to confirm, just to check in with other things?
For which one?
Well, obviously the next year's.
Yeah, we don't.
So, well, it's already published. This is the thing. For 2020 and 2021 have been on the website since the commission endorsed them last year. And you saw 2020 last year in all the SRB meetings as well. So what we'd like you to do is to reconfirm the 2020 and 2021 dates and put into your calendar the 2022 dates. Because obviously there's not much you can do about that except put it in there as a placeholder for you. But if there is a noting that we're trying to all get onto the same calendar, if there is issues with 2020 or 2021, please let us know as soon as possible. What's the date today? The 26th. Yeah.
I put in a week.
Yeah.
And the second thing is that if you change this, let us know before you change it. Not like last time. What?
Which is why, which is why that's there now. We're putting 3 years out, so we don't have these issues. It's there and it's locked in.
That's what I had last year. It's there and it's locked in, and it wasn't. That's fine.
Next year's does conflict with the International Statistical Ecology Conference. I don't know if any of you go to that.
It's in Sydney, isn't it?
It's in Sydney, Australia, the 22nd to the 26th of June. That's the one that Ray Webster, he emailed and asked me about it.
It's actually a really good.
We're way more fun than that meeting.
He's not going to do it
Oh
next
my
year, though.
God.
Thank you. Almost with a straight face.
We're way more fun than that meeting.
All right, so we'll leave those dates. We will cut and paste these into the report, just as another reminder, so you don't have to go elsewhere for them. And then that's my chair. So that's it. We're up to date with the report except for the last 5 paragraphs. So we'll be able to finalize that within the next half hour or so, and we can publish the report if you consider it adopted.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for their
Yeah.
great input and hard work. And Mark, you still there?
I am.
Don't disappear. We all want to express our deep appreciation and gratitude for your wisdom and mentorship and good humor while on the SRB. Won't be the
Thank
same
you.
without you.
And patience.
Thank you.
Everybody's
I like the way you looked up at heaven.
It was a grand gig. I'm really happy. And when I think back on where we started 6 years ago, last month, I mean, it's pretty amazing what we've done, I think. And that, of course, was, the Secretariat staff are responsible for that mainly, but it's been fun to be along for the ride.
We hope you'll come do some guest appearances, some guest SRB.
Well,
We'll even throw you in as vice chair maybe once in a while.
I know when the meetings will be, and so I will keep that in mind.
Make sure you move any further operations out of that area.
Yeah, I think we're done with that.
Excellent. What we like to hear.
You're not gonna be too far away too, right?
Hope not. Yep. Hope to be there soon.
All right. Thanks again, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay.
Bye,
Bye, everyone.
recovery.
Thanks.
Back to playing squash.